and welcome to Words with People. Words for People. I'm sorry. Words for People. That's what you should call talking essentially. You just call it Words for People. Um, I'm live streaming a little bit right now. You probably are saying, but Eric, didn't you live stream earlier today? Yeah, I did. I did. I kept it short. Could empower myself to live stream yet again. Like it weren't even ain't no thing. That's the kind of appalling entitlement that I apparently demonstrate all the time. Uh, so, hi, Winston's mom. I'm doing pretty well this evening. How are you doing? Are you doing horrible, spectacular, or somewhere in between? Those are your three options. I don't know if there is an easier way for me to do that. But yeah, I've been every day I go through and just go down the list, and it's weird how it's like I let this problem persist for years. This problem of not being able to ignore a comment and make it go away that YouTube's back end structure creates. And I just put off dealing with it in any meaningful way. I didn't have any way I wanted to deal with it, right? Like, I don't want to be doing what I'm doing right now, which is going through and loving all these old comments, some of which are perfectly fine comments, and they just fell through the slack, or fell through the cracks, right? And some of which are comments that I explicitly disliked, but won't go away. I just love them anyway. Well, I just love it, I guess. If I see something that's really freaking pointless and horrible, I'll just remove it. But almost all of the comments, even the ones that I don't like, I've been loving. And that's a lie. YouTube is forcing me to lie. I do not love this comment, but I'm loving it anyway because I figure it's better to be dishonest. I did remove some comments. I didn't have to remove any. Um, but if a comment was really like, I hate this comment, but it didn't seem bad enough to remove, then I just loved it. But I did remove a few. And I don't doubt that it's actually been somewhat helpful for the channel in some way, and that as people who haven't thought about TWFP get a notification that their comment has been loved, then they might come back and like see what's going on here or something. But I mean, it might be entirely responsible for the recent uptick in numbers, because there has been a recent uptick in numbers. Like, instead of every stream topping out at 12 or 13, they tend to be topping out like 20 now. And then recently, you know, there's no reason to conclude it's going to persist that way long term when you're talking about YouTube. But it's like, I just think that YouTube should not create a situation where I have to either lie about how I feel about a comment, remove it, or actually reply. No, maybe a couple hundred, but I'm still at 8.24. I was like 8.1, so would be like maybe another 140 people. I mean, I still am. Yeah, I agree, Winston's mom. So that's adding over 100. That's adding 140 people, not 1,000 people. It does seem as though the amount of spite monkeys is down somewhat. Although it's hard to feel that way with the extreme expression of spite that there's recently been a flurry of. Um, but I agree with you. I think it probably has a lot to do with me coming off as more likable, more easygoing, less contrarian, which I don't doubt just simply emerges from being happier. All right, let's go to the garage and or up front to smoke a cigarette. Now, look, these quote unquote pants I'm wearing, they're kind of like a hybrid thing. It's like they can't decide if they're a bathing suit or underwear. So, just be forewarned, I'm not as formally well dressed as I normally am. You're used to seeing me live stream in a coat and tails, but today you can see me live stream in my boxer swim trunks. See, are they boxers? Are they swim trunks? I don't know. They got the string. They also have pockets, which it's strongly suggestive of swim trunks, right? But it's like if these are swim trunks, they're very immodest swim trunks because this hole here in the front, which I'll move away from anything, is very see-throughable, kind of, you know. So, are they swim trunks or are they boxers? I don't know the answer to this question, and I have no way of finding out. I just have to live with the uncertainty. Whenever I put these on, it's because I want to raise my, or at least practice, develop those muscles for ambiguity tolerance, where I don't know what something is. In general, support of the muscles of agnosticism. Preppy plaids. You are going for the yuppie Newport look. Well, actually, I'm going for Salem because it's alive with pleasure. Newports, I'm not sure what their saying is, so why would I go with them? If I'm going to smoke a cigarette, I'm going to smoke one that has one of the better sayings. So it's either going to be alive with pleasure or you've come a long way, baby. Well, either of those two kinds of cigarettes wins the saying contest. I mean, you could throw in there Pall Malls, where particular people congregate, is a pretty great cigarette saying as well. Where particular people congregate, people smoke Pall Malls. We're like haphazard, I don't care, whatever people congregate, then they smoke something else, I guess. Newports in Salem. You smoke one on a witch on a ship, and you use the other one to burn a witch. I thought you already ordered them. Didn't you tell me you already ordered them? And I suggested we order some of those flip-flops the other day on the, yeah. Probably some problem occurred. Like, the website emailed us saying, you're not Japanese enough for these. Tatami slippers. Funny, I've been noticing them in the animes since we discussed what I was calling originally hay slippers. When I was a kid and we would go to Hawaii, they'd always have these hay slippers that that I liked. I was fond of their flip-flops, you know. But in reality, it wasn't hay. It was straw. Oh, okay. Well, just did you type in tatami slippers? Or tatami flip-flops or whatever? Is it you're having trouble finding my size? Oh, dog barking. Tatami slippers is what we're looking for. Tatami. Shut up, barky dog. That's because Japanese people don't have that big of feet, really. That's why they lost the World Cup. Because their feet were too small. You know, I'm surprised China can even field a women's team. Because, you know, aren't all those ladies' feet supposed to be bound? Right, they made the World Cup. You know, they didn't last very long. Walmart carries tatamis. Good for them. We got a decent amount of rain today, of all things. I was standing outside and earlier it started falling hard enough that I actually had to not stand in it anymore and go inside. So it's not just a little sprinkle, you know, like the ground's all wet and stuff, so it's pretty cool. Getting summer rain. This is not the first summer rain we've gotten this summer either, which is fantastic. Rain in the summer is like, wow, you never get that. Dogs are so annoying. They can be. The sound of them barking is fairly annoying. It depends on the dog's the pitch and timbre of the dog's bark too. Like some kinds of dog barks are more annoying than others. Like even though I loved Lacey beyond all imagination, her bark was so sharp and piercing sounding. It was awful. But she gets a pass because she's the greatest dog in history. She's the dog that really sticks in my SI, you know, in a meaningful way. I'm not very backwards looking ultimately for compared to most SI using individuals because it's fourth slot and instrumental and And I don't know what to make of this notion, except I like the idea a lot. I don't know where it fits in the grand scheme of things at all, but I suspect it links to type somewhat, or at least maybe to an enneagram type. Is this idea that for each person, I heard it from Taylor, who heard it from someone else. So I don't know who the author of this idea is, but that for each person, they have a relationship with the past, a relationship with the present, and a relationship with the future. And one of those, uh, one of those three, you're going to really have a negative relationship with it. In other words, you fear it. One of them, you're going to have a pragmatic relationship with it, is where you get your shit done. And one of them, you're going to have a romanticized or idealized version, understanding of it. So for me, I idealize the future. I get shit done in the present, and I fear the past. Um, it's not a good way to be idealizing the future, because that's not a good way to plan for the future, right? But I do think that that resonates as true intuitively with me. I haven't established any kind of linkages between functions or anything like that as to why that would be the case. But somebody just asked, do I think SI dons have a positive relationship with nostalgia? Um, yeah, I think they have the most positive relationship with the past in general, but it somewhat depends on what their past is too. Well, okay. Fear. You have, just say generally negative, um, a, a a pessimistic bias towards one, an optimistic bias towards the other, and neutral on the third. Just call it that, okay? Right. I'm pessimistic about the past in general because mostly I remember the bad things, and I don't get much pleasure remembering the good things. Although I might get some pleasure from telling a story of something good happening in the past, from the past, that I enjoyed that experience or something like that. I got a kick this morning out of telling a story that I don't think Rachel's ever heard. It's like you run out of personal stories after a while, but right. Well, you are expecting something from the past. What I'm expecting when I look backwards is to find something sad, something gives me the shame shivers, something that, yeah. So it's like we do have expectations when we broadly turn our attention backwards. What are we going to find there? So I know it sounds odd to say that you're pessimistic about the past, but indeed I am pessimistic about the past, in the sense that I'm unlikely to think it provides the answer for whatever's going on right now, except insofar as it's a continuation of something I've got ongoing. Things that are in the past are things I left behind for some reason. It's either going to be because it was a bad thing, in which case it's going to be memories of a bad thing, or it's going to be I shouldn't have left it behind, in which case it's going to be bad memories of a good thing. Um, so I guess that's where the pessimism comes in from. Um, but I'd like to have some inspiration or whatever regarding how that links to functions. I mean, the obvious thing to say is, uh, if your SI is in an instrumental value, then it's very unlikely to be optimistic, right? And if it's SI in an absolute value, 1 and 3, it's likely to be optimistic. Um, because SI is so directly linked to the past. You might say NI is equivalently linked to the future. It's misleading to say that, but it's not wrong. This blue color works with your skin tone. Okay, cool. I'm glad, because when I'm not color matching very well, that's when I go into a dark, dark spiral. And things can get pretty bad. I have to go to the doctors and I have to administer. No, I couldn't see what shirt I was grabbing when I grabbed it. It was dark in the bedroom. So I just grabbed whatever shirt, just happened to be this one. The question really is, does it match my pants, and are these pants? This is the question, right? Do these qualify as pants is question number one. And if so, does this shirt match these pants? You can't match a shirt and your pants unless you first establish that your pants are pants. There's an order of questions here. You have to respect the order of questions. And before we can determine whether this shirt matches these pants, if it's in dispute, we have to establish either that yes, this is definitely a shirt, and yes, this is definitely a pants. Okay, but look, here's the deal. I get why they look, you say they look like boxers. They feel like boxers too, but they have pockets in them and a string like a bathing suit. So they're mystery pants is what they are. When you try to wear them as boxers, they feel too much like you're wearing shorts underneath your pants. But if it's a swimsuit, it's a swimsuit that's very dong fallout prone. No, they've got two buttons and this huge like gap in the front of them that makes it like I can't imagine anybody going swimming in these things. The P slit in the front, I'll pull it over here to the side so you can see it, is ridiculously huge. Right? Look how big a P slit is. So it's like these pants don't know what they are. Are they boxers? Are they shorts? Are they swim trunks? Are they capris, maybe? Maybe they're capris. Maybe they're Spanx. Can you wear them out in public? I wouldn't wear them out in public because there's too much likelihood my dong is going to just fall right at that massive hole. Even though it's got a button in the middle to make it two holes, each of which is plenty large for anyone's dong to fit out of. So, I don't know what these pants were trying to do or be when they came into existence. They're trying to be boxers with pockets and a string. Like, these feel like an bipolar person designed these pants, maybe. Somebody's like, well, how big should we make the P slit? Just fucking as big as you can. I mean, that way it's easier to find the hole. And why not have pockets? I mean, sometimes you want to put things in your pockets. Of your pants, though, right? Like, not really of your boxers. You don't have to wear these as boxers. But the massive P slit in the front. It's like I can fit my head through that practically. Yeah, well, that way your dong, it's easy for your dong to come out to pee. Okay. This seems a little bit too much like a Swiss Army knife. And why the strings? Well, to tighten it, loosen it, tie yourself to things, whatever. This dream will not last for 10 hours. I can tell you why it won't last for 10 hours. It's a very concrete reason. For the first time in a very long time, well, maybe not very long time, first time since I needed to take a full one because I was flipping out on mushrooms. Um, I took a full Klonopin. Mm-hmm. Took a full one tonight. I been kind of going easy on it this month, better than usual. So I said, okay, I'm gonna take a full one tonight. I'm gonna get a really good night's sleep, and then tomorrow will be a brand new day. Tomorrow will be the sort of day that you wake up and you go, wow, that was a good night's sleep. I really slept my ass off. Earlier today, Rachel and I had a nice nap. Or I don't think she napped, but I napped, of course, because once she and I have engaged in secret husband and wife activity, which unmarried people don't get to know about, okay? Let me just give you a smallest of hints. Okay. Anyway, after we get engaged in that, of course, what makes me very sleepy? Well, having sexual intercourse makes me very sleepy. I just went straight to sleep. It's like when I woke up, the Casabianca shirt that I had used to clean up my stomach was stuck to my body still. I just hadn't even bothered to finish, like putting it off to the side. That's how like, bam, fall asleep I was. I was just like, oh yeah, fuck yeah. Just like that. Just that easy. A lot of people think um, you know, sex is invigorating or something. No, it makes you go to sleep afterwards. It's not invigorating, it's sleep inducing. Well, when I wake up in the morning, I can check to see if my dong sees its shadow, and then I'll know if I'm going to have a good night's sleep for the next 6 weeks. That's how it works, really. You got the mechanics of it a little bit wrong. But I know what you're referring to, and I get that it's important. Maybe the most important thing we have. Dong shadow weather forecasting, sleep forecasting. Dong shadow sleep forecasting is one of the ancient Chinese mystic arts that has been neglected a bit in recent years. You hear a lot about the I Ching and the yin and the yang and the chakras and such, but you don't hear a lot about the Dong shadow dream and or sleep forecasting, which is indicated in the ancient Chinese book Zhao Qi Qu, which guru who was actually the grandfather of a friend of Confucius wrote it in response to some of Confucius's writings. He had already adopted the use of Confucius say. So he'd say, Confucius say meow, but no. He was a TI type. He was constantly bullying people by correcting them. It's waning. I love the wane. If you love the wane, then you'll love today's Waney live stream. It's a very Waney live stream. Whoa, whoa. I wish it were hive cream. Whoa, whoa. just another live stream. Let me see. One can correct in different ways. Yeah, that was a joke, LT. That was a joke about something somebody said the other day. And I guess it was a little Pop-Tart who said, you always want to bully people by telling them they're wrong. I said, well, you're wrong about that, and I'm not bullying you now, am I? But I don't think I got the point. Not everybody really internalizes all the meaty meanings that come out of my mouth. Because they're pretty meaty, you know. You got to have a high capacity to process protein if you're going to really understand all the meaty meanings coming out of my mouth. I'm a mouth meaning meat spew. That's what kids in school used to call me. Triple M-S. Mms. Mouth meaning meat spew. It's a good name for a band. Did Ella ask if you were an INFP? I believe you are too. I also believe the children are our future, but that's not the only thing I believe. I believe Alec T is an INFP. Horrible name for a band, to be honest. Meat meaning meat spew. Yeah, it's a pretty terrible band name. Thank you for the NI tool. I appreciate that, Ruben. FE may be how you are, but NI is how you do. How about Ruben's Scathing Critique? Is that a good band name? Ruben's Scathing Critique, or RSC as they're called by people in the know. Played with Mouth Meaning Meat Spew last night at a sold-out show in front of confused fans who were there to see the Rolling Stones. What's going on under there, Capito? You seem to be playing, I can tell you're a winner, Alec, because of the FI. Unlike us, you loser FE people. You want to go out that way, kitty? You can go out that way if you want. Yeah, Alec, what are you feeling right now? Okay? Stop trying to pretend you don't have feelings and tell us. What are you feeling? Is it antipathy? Is it tenderness? Is it an urge to cruelly exploit others? Which of the FI feelings is predominant in you right now? Ruben's Scathing Critique. I think it should be like a band with a theme. Every one of its songs should be a scathing critique of someone or something. Yeah. You prefer Ruby's scathing critique? How about Ruben's scabies infestation? We could go with that. Ruben's scathing scabies. Who here has had scabies? I've had scabies before. It's true. I had it in college. Everybody in my house got it. Thanks a lot, unsanitary college students. You don't want to get scabies, believe me. Ruben skating fatigue. Just skating fatigue is a pretty good band name. How many root canals have you had? At least 5 or more, probably. I don't know. A lot. And I loved every minute of every one of them. Well, my experience with dental work in general is it goes a lot smoother if you take a Clonny before you go to get it done. It goes a lot smoother. You're just like, well, that's the sound of my bones breaking. As they like crack the freaking tooth inside your mouth to get it out. I had like all the teeth on this side taken out, They were all rotted. No, Alti, you're only allowed exactly one feeling at a time. You can have one choice: happy, sad, angry, laughing, afraid. Those are all of the emotions. You have to choose one, and it'll be your only emotion for the next 15 minutes. You got to commit in 15-minute increments to a single emotion. Well, Rich and I had a really kind of heavy conversation with Delilah yesterday on the phone because yesterday was the anniversary of my dad's death. And, when we called Delilah, I had not been thinking about it a whole bunch. I'd periodically note that it was coming up, and I thought actually that it was today when it was really yesterday, but Rachel informed me that no, it was yesterday during the day. So anyway, when we called Delilah, she carries with her more sadness and grieving and sense of loss than I do. And I think that has to do with SI fifth slot versus NI fifth slot. My relationship with SI is I'm not expecting anything good to be in my SI, I don't expect to use SI to validate things. But if you're fifth slot SI, then yes, I think it was her first major close death. It was first her grandfather, my dad, then her grandmother, my mom, then her other grandfather, her mom's dad. They all died within 9 months of each other. Maybe a little less than that. The correct response to how are you doing is fine. Great is also acceptable. Not bad is fine. I'm really suffering right now. Is not what you're expecting when you ask the question, how are you? How am I right now? Oh, I'm a little bit feeling like a stewed plum. Like, okay, Eric. Basically, since the wedding, you've gotten almost nothing done of any sort, a variety of kind of like vaguely important things to do. And you need to do some of them now and sort of turn your attention towards like finding a better steadiness with your SI. As an ENTP, I need a certain amount of SI regularity going on. Not a great deal of it, some at least, or else I just I just end up floating through days by the seat of my pants, not really knowing what I'm doing, having any plan or anything like that. And it makes me feel like I'm not really taking full advantage of my days. But one thing that happened today, the answer I give for how are you is always great, but I'll get better. Well, Ruben, I'll ask it of you then. How are you, Ruben R., doing? Yeah, that's not good enough. I agree with Ruben. Not good enough. You can do better than that. I'm alive is a fine enough answer. How are you? Alive. Apparently, yeah, well, I don't think that Ruben's an ENFP. I might, I get that Ruben's got very, he's going to test quite well on extroverted intuition. Okay, I get that. But to type him as an ENFP, you'd have to ignore the obvious FE, ignore the fact that there's clearly not conscious SI, you know. If I'm really cheeky, I'll say I can't complain. If I did, no one would listen. Hmm. Well, you could answer, how are you with, how am I doing what? You gave a ton of stock anecdotes. I gave a ton of stock. I built up your sense of typing. Well, yeah, that's okay. That's a good way to provide spacey, misleading data. I don't doubt that that was not your intention, but nevertheless, that was probably the outcome of that. Well, hey, light bulb, how's it going? Thanks for the $2. Nice to see you. It's been a while. Have you been staying cool? I wouldn't want that command to be from a hypocritical place. So I'm hopeful that you also have been staying cool, in which case I can respect your advice to me to stay cool. But if, in contrast, you've been getting hot, Spacey's hot, this channel really cooled off since he left. Well, I mean, it is not the case that Spacey was increasing the viewership a lot or the subs. The person who did a great job, you really are staying cool. I guess that proves it. That's your answer, huh? What do you think if I've been staying cool? Bam, blue, cool as blue, as cool as $2 twice. Um, So what was I talking about? Oh, right. Zachary. Zachary was the golden boy. He was the young person I had associated with the channel for a while who really did draw people in, make the channel hot instead of just scraggly old man. Yes, Lightbulb is a woman. She's one of many people who got into a relationship through talking with famous people with somebody. She didn't get married, but Lightbulb, did you know three $2 exist? Are you doing that on purpose or is that an accident? Third time's the charm. I get it. You're giving me $2. Thank you. Um, so, right. Did you know, you'll know these people, Lightbulb. Remember Liz and Magnus? They're married. Did you know that? Liz and Magnus are married. Susie and Abraham are married. Me and Rachel are married. That's 3 marriages. Yeah, Abraham's living in Norway with Susie right now. He's a fish farmer. This is quite a relationship building place. I know that Lightbulb was seeing Barry for some stretch of time. So there's a lot of relationships that happen from hookups to marriages by talking with famous people. Some people might try to say my marriage doesn't qualify as a talking with famous people one because um, it was just me as one of the people rather than 2 people not me. But I think that's not a good reason to not count it because I was smart. I said, instead of looking to the general population for a lady, why don't I look to people who already like me? Does Lightbulb have a typing on here? I was going to say when you said that, I was like, oh, so how was it? Did you have a nice trip? Did you do hot rails in the basement? Well, you know what, Lightbulb? I got to say, it's not dead yet. So we could leave the past tense out probably. Um, I don't know if it's doing good for people anymore. Oh, you missed out. That's my fondest memory of Kansas. TWFP saved Mindy from a forest fire. Um, we continue to going back to Kansas. Well, you'll have to take advantage of the opportunity this time. Um, oh, you didn't see Katie last time? I'm probably gonna see them this fall too because we have a funeral coming up in Missouri, which is close to where they are. I think they're in Missouri now, so I think they're on the Kansas-Missouri border. Mm. I'm glad to hear they're still together. You know that TWFP has over 4 million views? Yeah, I know that. 4 million views and 12 chatters. Yeah, it's like people hear that number and go, wow, Eric, that's so impressive. It's not that impressive. I made so many videos for a decade. Of course, I'm going to rack up some views over time. What would be impressive is if I had 4 million people hear this live stream. That would be impressive. Nobody would get to have anything they say heard at all. But I'd say, hey, if all 4 million of you super chat me just $1, or if you pull a light bulb and accidentally super chat me $6, then I'm gonna be so happy. All I need to do is get 4 million people here. They don't normally solicit money from people, but if I had 4 million people here, I'd say, hey, if any of you 4 million people want to give me any money with a super chat, since there's 4 million of you, I'm going to have to just be a little different than normal and say, go right ahead. I'd really appreciate it. Even $1, you know, there's just 4 million of you. Now I've got, since there are 12 people here. So I actually only need 3,999,988. Well, I mean, also, Lightbulb has a lot of old channel history here, you know. Yes, thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of people waiting. Well, he's a long way from my goal of 4 million people with a live stream. Yeah, Lightbulb's been around for a long time. She was around during, there have been so many drama cycles in TWFP's history. It's hard to even begin articulating all of them, but she was around during some notable ones involved with a variety of muggity meows. So, and as you can see, yeah, like Nick, for example. As you can see, she's still maintaining those connections. I'm seeing Taylor and Katie, that's cool. I like that. Makes me happy. Makes me happy to know that. So, because I don't really remember this reality very often. I don't remember ever actually thinking about it before. But I need to recall that whatever's going on right now, DWFP has some place in a lot of people's heads who are never around anymore. It had some impact on their lives, and the fact that that was in the past doesn't render those impacts completely moot. They may fade over time or something, but in some instances they don't fade over time. Like Abraham and Susie getting married, they fought out this long-term relationship for such a long time, and then they got delayed being together by COVID. It was a really romantic story, really, and I'm so happy for them. And I find it so crazy because, Abraham was my assistant coach at Autonomy Debate, and Susie was this lady on the channel that, you know, Abraham would sometimes show up around the channel, but I guess he met her at some point in one of the whereby rooms or something and was just smitten by her and put in the long game time and energy to successfully woo her. And now they're together. A couple of people living in Norway. Susie's got her cats, a job as like the manager of a pet supply store, and Abraham's a fish farmer. Crazy. I was saying to Rachel earlier, if we're going to go on vacation, let's go to Norway so we can go visit them, Y'all's Weather Channel. What does he talk about? Just the weather? He's got thousands of people watching him talk about the weather? I could talk about the weather. It's currently raining. Yep, it is. You want to see? I'll show you. If you deny the veracity of my statement, And you left me no choice but to prove to you that it's raining. See? You can probably hear the rain. You can see the wet ground. And you can see there's some dry spots still, so it's not raining that hard. But it's coming down pretty good at the moment. Like, I'm definitely getting rained on. I also see some spots of blue sky, some gray sky. There's some like pink sky over there. That may have something to do with the sun, you know, sunset. Could have something to do with that. Could be, you know, the leftover glow from a nuclear bomb hitting Oakland. Not sure anybody would miss it. One thing that would happen if a nuclear bomb hit Oakland, nobody would say, how are the A's going to replace their current roster of stars? The only one that would be irreplaceable, obviously, is Shea Langoliers. His 200 average and sound defensive catching make the real difference. I wonder what his WAR is. I'm sure it's like -5. I wonder what the worst WAR in Major League Baseball is. WAR stands for wins against replacement, you know. Like, I think the top people currently this year are like 8 or something. So that's over the course of a season, 8 wins against versus a replacement. Shohei Ohtani's got a very high WAR because he gets both WAR points for being a hitter and WAR points for being a pitcher. I feel really lucky. It's been raining off and off, on and off for most of the day. There's a lot of thunder earlier when Rachel and I were lying down for a nap. At first, I just thought it must be our sexual energy causing lightning in the sky, but it turned out it was rain clouds. The electricity between me and Rachel causes lightning in the sky. And a clap of thunder sounded with each thrust. Listen, do you want to know a secret? Do you promise not to tell? Closer. Let me whisper in your ear. Say the words you want to hear. I'm in love with you. Wasn't that romantic? Did you find yourself swept off your feet? Well, don't get too enamored with it. I was just a demonstration, okay? I wasn't actually sweeping you off of your feet, so don't feel foot swept. Sweep the leg. But it's okay. You know, I do love you. I'm just not in love with you. And I don't want to sweep you off your feet. Unless you're Rachel, I'm not sure she's here. I'm in glove with you. It means, metaphorically, you and I share a single glove, which makes it hard to get anything accomplished, obviously. Earlier today, there was, of course, another lizard that the cats had brought into the house and put into the bathroom. They like to bring things into the bathroom where they have it in a small room. That's my theory, anyway. But first, I tried to get it with a glove on. I didn't want to get it with my fingers. The next time I went in there and I saw it was grabbable again, I just grabbed it with my fingers and put it outside. No reason to be so squeamish, Eric, I told myself. And indeed, it's a lot easier to grab a lizard with your hand, your fingers, than with a leather work glove on like this one, which I was trying to use. It's hard to grab a lizard with this. It wasn't a very big lizard either. So it's better to just use my very diverse show media. Tell media only uses one color hands. Frank and Deb Sipes are playing in Mariposa this weekend. You were very proud of me. For what? For making thunder clap in the sky. Being racist is racist. Okay? So try not to be that way. If you want to hate a group, it's fine to hate the Vikings. That's not racist. I mean, it is, but it's just racist against Vikings. So I started my organization, RAVE. Racists Against Vikings, E. People often say, what's the E stand for? Nothing, just E. Well, anyway, we're racist against Vikings, and we want to hope that maybe you'll be racist against Vikings too, because one of the things is we're not prepared right now for a longboat invasion. Do we have any anti-Viking defenses in place? We need ocean bed spikes to prevent Viking longboats from landing on our shores and pillaging our villages. Nobody's taking this threat seriously, and I've been carrying on about it now for almost 50 years. I started when I was 3. For 49 years I've been hammering this issue. And of course, the longer we wait, the more the threat grows. And still, I can't get anybody to sign up for my organization, RAVE. Even though it's got a cool name. It's like, who doesn't want to go to a rave, you know? Well, I don't, but I'm assuming other people do. And can we just not go to the rave and just get the drugs from the rave? How about that? That sounds like a preferable party to me. What kind of party do you want to have? I want to have a fun party. The kind of fun party that makes me laugh. A fun party. That's what kind of party I want to have. The kind of party where everybody says, oh, what a wonderful time we had. That's the kind of party anybody should want to have. You don't want to have a party where everybody says at the end, that was terrible. That was one of the worst experiences of my life. Maybe the very worst. It was either that or being tortured daily in a POW camp in Vietnam for 6 years. But it's a toss-up, frankly. It's how bad your party was. Well, obviously, I took a little bit of umbrage with that. I said, It wasn't that bad. We had Pin and Tail on the donkey. And they screamed at me. Nobody likes Pin and Tail on the donkey. Least of all the donkey. It wasn't a real donkey, I pointed out. No, but it was a horse. I couldn't find any donkeys. I am 52 because I was born in 1971 and it's currently 2023. That makes me 52 years old. Now, if it were before April 27th, 2023, then I would be 51. But it's not before April 2027. April 27. So I am 52. And this coming April, I will be 53. Which I've been waiting for. Because, as you know, for a lot of reasons, there are a couple of big birthdays, right? It's 18, there's 21, and there's 53. So I'm looking forward to that one. At 53, you finally get to see rated R movies. I've been waiting for so long to see rated R movies. I'm a little scared about what I'm going to see, you know. Because so far I've been sheltered from breasts and a lot of profanity, you know, too much profanity, stuff like that. I worry that my tenderness might be befouled, but you know, you make your choices, you pay your dues, you know, that's what they say. You sleep in beds that you make, you lie in beds that you make as well, you roll around in graves after you're dead when somebody disagrees with you. Boobies, yes, exactly. I've been also waiting for till I was 53 because I figure if I can't see him in movies, I can't see him in real life. But Rachel says she's going to show me her boobs when I'm 53 finally. So since we've been married, we've been allowed to have sexual intercourse, but uh, you know, I checked with the movie rating people, and they said I'm still not quite old enough to see boobies. So I respect the rules, obviously. But I have a lot of willpower. Because from what I've gathered, as I started researching it just recently, like nobody else seems to be following these rules. So I'm not sure, like, I don't want to get in trouble with the motion picture rating people because what if they rate me rated R? Then I can only talk to people who are over 53. You don't want to get on their bad side. They have an incredibly draconian enforcement mechanism called popcorn boarding. It's like waterboarding, but with popcorn. And instead of not being able to breathe, you get popcorn all in your teeth. Like you picking it out for weeks. And the Supreme Court ruled that it was fine for them to do that for some reason. And that's when I stopped sneaking into movies. And I got popcorn boarded for the first time. Worst thing is, of course, they charge you for the popcorn. It's outrageously priced. you guys know? I think I mentioned this before. Perhaps you've not heard though. That the Barbie movie is Warner Brothers' highest-grossing film of all time, surpassing The Dark Knight. I would not have expected that movie to do that well, and I'd also not expect in the current milieu for movie studios to be breaking records. It's like a movie theater is has lost some, certainly plenty of market share as an activity to do to lots of other things. But Rachel and I have seen a couple of movies in the movie theater at Oakhurst, so it still has legs. It's a good date activity if you're in still dating and you don't want to talk to the person. Also, highest grossing from a woman. Hmm. You mean from a woman director? It does have a woman director. It has a woman in it too. Her name's Barbie. But it also has a man in it named Ken. So I was talking with Rachel the other day, and I learned that I've not really seen any of the movies that the main character, the actress who plays the main character in Barbie, has been in, even though she's been in a lot of stuff. Somehow I've managed to miss every movie that she's been in. So I don't know what's up with that. What else has Ryan Gosling been in? Was he in The Fast and the Furious? Mickey Mouse Club? What was Ryan Gosling in that I might have seen, Rachel?
Um, um, shoot. There's like,
I could Google it.
yeah, I'm not sure. There's this movie with Steve Carell and Emma Stone. It's like a dating movie.
Let's see. He's in Barbie, The Gray Man, First Man, Blade Runner 2049, Song to Song from 2017, La La Land, The Nice Guys. I might have seen a little bit of that. How do you make it go more over that way? Only God Forgives, The Gangster Squad, The Place Beyond the Pines, The Ides of March, Crazy Stupid Love, Drive, All Good Things, Blue Valentine, Lars and the Real Girl, Fracture, Half Nelson, Stay, The Notebook. Oh, he was in The Notebook. The United States of Leland, The Slaughter Rule, The Believer, Remember the Titans. He was in Remember the Titans.
I didn't know that.
Young Hercules, and Nothing Too Good for a Cowboy. His first movie was in 1998.
Wow.
He is 42 years old. He was born in 1980. And he's married to Eva Mendes. He has two children. He has a band called Dead Man's Bones, which is a terrible name for a band. It doesn't speak well for. I'd say I'd say that Dead Man's Bones is a worse name for a band than Mouth Meaning Meat Spew. I'm crushing on Gosling. Well, I'm interested in him because he's one of two famous Ryans, Ryan Reynolds and Ryan Gosling, who both kind of look alike. But Gosling is like the soft, kind of like unthreatening, feminine-ish guy of the two, and Ryan Reynolds is the more masculine of the two. You can tell them apart easily enough. Was Ryan Reynolds in that movie with Sandra Bullock that we saw, Rachel? Was that who was the dude in that movie? Was that Ryan Reynolds? Or was that Ryan Gosling? Remember that movie we saw with Sandra Bullock playing like an ENTJ lady who I want to hear anybody who's seen the Barbie movie give me their review of it without a lot of spoilers, okay? Because Rachel and I do plan to see it. It was critique, yeah, Ruben's scathing critique. That was Ryan Reynolds who was in that movie with Sandra Bullock. Okay, so he played a very Ryan Gosling esque character in that movie with Sandra Bullock that we saw. Because he played like a soft guy, more of a soft guy in that movie. You think of Ryan Gosling as being a little bit more of a soft guy, right? But it's easy to get them mixed up, right? Because that could easily have been Ryan Gosling in that movie we saw. That part would have been right up his alley. I don't know who Ryan Philippe is. Ryan Seacrest is not going to be easily confused with Ryan Reynolds or Ryan Gosling. You know, it's interesting to note when sometimes I think when I see someone on a commercial or TV or whatever, I think I bet they cast this by saying looking for a meow type. Well, I think this about the Wendy's commercials. The lady who's kind of in charge of the Wendy's shift team in the commercials, I think they cast her by saying looking for a flow type. I think they did say that. I wish I could find some way to check to find out if that's in fact how the casting post went out for that commercial. Because there was another movie we saw or something we were watching, Rachel and I were watching, and I said, "Is that person right there Meow person?" And she's like, "No, that's Meow. That's not Meow. That's just somebody who looks a lot like Meow." And I said, "I bet they cast that by saying looking for a Meow type." I is that a good way to cast people for things? I guess, but it just seems so derivative and not um well, it seems like a way of avoiding evaluating the part in two directions. Like you have clarity about what you want the person playing the part to be like, but if your clarity is just like that other person, that seems like cheating. Right? You should have a clarity about a character that is unique and distinct, and then try to find the right person to fill that role rather than having clarity about how it's not unique or distinct. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I've never tried to cast anything before, but it seems like half-assing your job if you say, "Well, let's get you know, an Arnold Schwarzenegger type to play this, and let's get uh, Robert Downey Jr. type to play this, and let's get a Kirsten Dunst type to play this." I mean, I guess I could understand it, but I might do that myself if I were casting. I don't know. I'd like to think I might I might go more like, who would be great for this would be actor Mugity Mya, and then the casting director would put that as a Mugity Mya type. So in that case, I could understand why they would go like that. I guess I've got mixed feelings about this whole thing. Fortunately, I don't care at all, but mixed are my feelings of not caring. A little bit of mixed ends with thinking one thing or the other. So if you had to have dinner with either Ryan Reynolds or Ryan Gosling, which Ryan would you have dinner with? You have to for work, okay? One of them is a client at the place where you work. Ruben says Reynolds over Gosling. Okay. Anybody else have a vote here? Who are you gonna go to dinner with? Ryan Reynolds or Ryan Gosling? And then follow-up question. Who are you gonna go to dinner with? Kirsten Dunst or Gwyneth Paltrow? Again, you have to. You may not want to go to dinner with either of them, but you have to for work. Pick your poison. I'm definitely going with Kirsten Dunst because she seems fun at least. Gwyneth Paltrow just seems like she makes candles that smell like her vagina. Um, but Kirsten Dunst at least got busted for weed. Rachel informed me that the other day, so it gives her like 10 points. She gets 10 wonder points. Kirsten Dunst, you may not ever hear this live stream, but maybe someday somebody will tell you about the fact that there's this guy, this weird old guy on YouTube, who rather frequently talks about you. And then she'll check it out one day, and she'll be like, "I don't like what you're saying about me. I did not just go like this." Are you sure, Kirsten? I mean, look, a puppy. And she involuntarily goes, yeah, it's pretty easy choice, that one. I think Dunst over Paltrow any day. Now, I would, if I could pick my celebrity to go to dinner with, well, assuming I can't use it to benefit myself at all, except to just have the experience. In other words, I can't make videos out of it or anything. If I could make videos of the experience and I could pick my celebrity, then I'd probably pick the most famous person I could think of, the person who's most likely to get views. But, like, who do you think would be the most, if I could interview them right now, who would I get the most? Well, I mean, if I could interview anybody right now, it'd be Johnny. But who do you think would get the most interview views of anybody in the world? Probably be some Chinese superstar, I guess. But, you know, anybody in the English speaking world. Shohei Ohtani. A Shohei Ohtani interview would potentially get a lot of views, except I don't think Shohei Ohtani is easy to interview. I don't think he gives up much, you know? He's not a, he's not somebody who facilitates the media people in doing their job. So I want everybody out there to be thinking, I can pick any celebrity to have dinner with? Hmm. So Johnny would be one I'd want to have dinner with. I mean, it's like if I'm assuming I can't interview them, I would definitely pick Johnny because I'm most interested in him. But if I could interview them, then I might pick somebody more famous, like, I don't know, Oprah Winfrey or somebody more trending pop right now. Billie Eilish probably would be a good choice. Trump would pull numbers right now, sure, true. I think he'd be difficult to interview as well. He'd shut that shit down immediately if I started asking any questions. No, I think that's a good point there, Rachel. It's a good one to choose. Uh, Dinner. That. Of course, it's a different. There are two questions there, right? Who would you want to have dinner with versus who would you want to interview? Those are two questions that I can ask myself. But most of you probably don't want to interview anybody, so maybe the second one's not possible for you to answer. But maybe you do want to interview somebody, in which case, say who it is. Uh, if I just wanted to interview somebody out of curiosity and I didn't include Johnny in the equation, um, I might want to interview Dana White. He seems interesting. Outer viewing? Well, the problem with outer viewing is people expect to see otters, and there aren't any. They're disappointed, then everybody vandalizes your YouTube channel. I mean, been around for quite a long time and made a lot of content, etc., etc. I sometimes do wonder about just how, regardless of how shallow, how broadly people are aware of me. Like, if people working at YouTube are aware of me at all, if, you know, as far as the viewership goes, like people who view YouTube, like how many total different people have some level of awareness of my existence in the world? I'm curious about that. But it's hard to say, you know. Hard to say. We know it's smaller than 4 million. We just don't know how much smaller. I mean, there may be people who are aware of me from other ways and other ways, but except for former students, former debate, like the debate community is aware of me to some extent. There are a lot of people who were aware of me when I was active in it and probably retain some awareness of me. But aside from that, any other awareness vectors are going to be negligible. So you can probably safely say fewer than 4 million people, even if you add in all those other vectors. Now, I mean, and the thing is, I can safely say that about a lot of things too, Ruben. Like, a lot of the views are, somebody listens to a song more than one time if they like it, probably. So, how much it counts each of those views, I'm not sure. If it counts each one as independent views, etc. But regardless, you got to figure no more possibility than 1 million people, independent people, at most, have seen some portion of one of my videos. Of those, the amount of people who have seen enough of my videos to retain a sort of low level knowledge of me, some impression of who I am or whatever, cannot be any more than 500,000. And that's probably stretching it because probably more than half of the people who've seen some portion of one of my videos made insufficient impression upon them for them to recall anything about me. So I would say probably 1 in 10, in fact, independent people who've seen me have, have had sufficient engagement that it's left an impact like that. So I'd say 100,000 people. 100,000 people in the world have some kind of at least low level awareness of who I am. That's what I'm guessing. It might be a little high, it might be a little low, but I bet it's somewhere right around there. That's inferred from about 4 million views. And at that point, when you get down to those numbers, my extensive experience and time in the debate community and my fairly big presence therein means there's probably quite a few people who have some kind of low level awareness of me for that. But that's not really a low level awareness of me as a media producer, so I don't consider it as contributing to my overall fame. To be really famous, you need at least 10 million people to know who you are. At least. I only have 100,000. So I'm 100 times away. I need to multiply it by 100 to get to where I need to be if I'm going to be famous. Do I want to be famous? Yes, I do want to be famous. I want to be the famousest person in the world. The single most famous person in the world. That's what I would like to be. Will I ever become the single most famous person in the world? Well, I never thought I'd become even, I never really thought I'd ever even have an audience. I was shocked when one of my videos actually got views and got an audience, and it encouraged me to keep trying and stuff, but I was very much surprised that I was ever able to attain an audience at all. And then at various times I had various thoughts about whether, various levels of optimism or pessimism about the channel. Now I don't really have either. I just have a relationship with it. It's just something I do all the time. Makes me feel happy. Makes me feel connected. Yeah, but, well, Rachel and I do have a polyamorous relationship. It's me, Rachel, our 2 cats, and the YouTube channel. And in order to physically engage the YouTube channel, we actually rub our bodies against this big TV screen here. I put it on the channel, and we just go up there and rub it and praise it. We sleep with our shrinks. um, Collectively, we only have one shrink, Dr. Ingram. I don't really want him sleeping with us. In fact, I really don't want him sleeping with us, but I do appreciate the good work he's done. Dr. Shrinkroom? I don't know. I've never asked him about his penis at all. Was that remiss of me? Was that rude? Was it rude of me not to ask you about your penis? Yeah, he might be INFP. I'm not sure which he is, but he's good. He's better than good. He's fantastic, and we appreciate him. He's also a little intimidated by me. I don't go into these things trying to be intimidating or whatever. I don't realize that somebody's intimidated until I get some cues that are like, oh, this person's intimidated. Like, I didn't know that Dr. Ingram was intimidated by me until we saw him in person in his office. No, I think he'd still be intimidated because um, because he's forced to affirm from his position, and I can negate. And psychiatry in general is so wishy-washy, loose as fuck that he's unavoidably disadvantaged. Because I'm asking him to defend claims he's making, substantiate them to my satisfaction, and his answers are good answers that anybody would normally be satisfied with, except I see right through them. Like I remember in our initial no, because I was emotionally engaged for not FE stuff, right? I was mad. I was mad at psychology. I was mad at psychiatry. I was mad at what had been done to Rachel, and I wanted some fucking answers, you know. And unfortunately, Dr. Ingram, who's a wonderful doctor, got me at that moment, and it wasn't. I was not interested in playing positioning, social positioning. I wanted somebody to answer my questions to my satisfaction, which is I ask, well, why? How do we know that this isn't that? And he tells me, yeah. And I say, okay, but did they do this in the study there that would actually make it meaningfully link, or was that not part of the methodology? And if you can't say, then you shouldn't be affirming in that way. And he would just be like, I've never encountered anybody like this before. Was clearly something that was on his face. Who the fuck is this guy grilling me like I'm a witness on the stand? Even if he is an IMTP, he's not a debate coach, and he'd never encountered a client like me before. But, I've played very fair with him. When I've determined later that I was wrong, I explained everything to him. I was wrong, you were right, and yeah, yeah, yeah. So all you can expect of anybody is to play fair. No, but that also could have to do with the fact that in that context, what I was doing was as authentic a thing I could possibly have been doing. I didn't. There was no FE there. I wasn't caring about his impression about me or whatever, or trying to make him think I was smart or something. I was fighting for Rachel, and we needed a solution. So even if he is an INFP, I'm not going to feel supervised in that instance because he's not going to feel judgy in that instance at all. And I'm not looking to him for FEQs. I'm looking to him for actual solutions, actual answers, and also to be a little bit of a whipping boy, I guess, for psychology that had proved itself to be Mercy Medical Center level of horrible. Hey, it's Hambone. Hi, Hambone. Hoster. Hoster. What is up? Well, so many things are up. The big hoss. So many things are up. I am, you are, we are, she is, they are, something the walrus. Yes, we moved. We now live near Yosemite in Mariposa County, in the middle of California, in the Sierra Nevadas, low Sierras. We got a wonderful house here for a lot less money than a much worse house in Arcadia, than a much better area. Life here is wonderful. And it's because we live out in the woods. Granted, it's not as pimpin' as your folks' place. Man, you want to talk about pimpin' digs? Hambone's got some pimpin' digs. Hambone's family is very nice too. I met them. I mean, this is when SI is nice for me. When somebody shows up from a long time ago, and I'm able to say, "Oh, you may not know this, but this guy Hambone, Rich and I went up and visited him and his family in the state of Washington, in a small town, the name of which I can't remember right now. Doesn't that look totally green screen? Like that's got to be fake, right?" It's not even a very good green screen picture. It's just like, okay, yeah, whatever with the fake trees in the background. That's totally, no sky looks blue like that. It doesn't look anything like that in real life. It just comes out like that on the camera. It looks much more gray. But that really looks like a green screen, right? If I walk across it. Anyway, this is my house. And this is the garage. This is the front of the garage. You can't really see it right now because it's pitch black. It's not actually pitch black outside, but the image you're seeing is pitch black. And this is like the deck, which you also can't really see very well because it is dark outside. But there, you can see the deck a little bit. And then this is the garage in here. And look what else we got. A little wilderness car to drive out into the wilderness on. A little wilderness car, Eric, you may be saying. Is there really wilderness you could drive on around there? Yes, it's perfectly situated for a house with a wilderness car. There's lots of little wilderness roads around here you can drive on. Also, I drive it down to the shed sometimes if I'm feeling lazy. If I got something to take down there because it's heavy or whatever. Because the shed's down a dirt road that is very steep. I would get stuck down there probably if I drove my car down there. So that's what this little wilderness car is for. And you'll note, it looks kind of like a golf cart, but it's gasoline powered. It only goes up to like 20 miles an hour, but it goes over like crazy big rocks and shit. It's like off-road. It's called a Mule Pro FXT Ranch Edition. Kawasaki. Anyway, I love my little wilderness car, even though I don't use it very often. It's like seeing it here is think, wow, how great! I have a little wilderness car, and I could go drive it around anytime I want. It looks so appropriate in the garage, like, yes, we're ready to go out in the wilderness. Even though Rachel and I are very wildernessy people, yeah, we like to stay inside a lot, live stream, maybe watch cartoons, watch soccer. I have a question about soccer offside rules. Does anybody know the answer? I'm going to ask the question using the help of some visual aids, okay? This will be our soccer pitch right here. Okay. This is our goal, okay? This is the goal. You've got Alright, now I'm going to come line up the soccer players. So, this is the goalie. The goalie's in. This is the goalie. The goalie's in red, okay, dark red. Here's the player with the ball, okay? She's driving towards the goal. This is a defender. It's a different color of pink. Hopefully you can see that. This is a defender. These are both defenders over here, right? Now, here's her teammate. Another different color of pink. So, you know what? Let me make this one this, and let me get these dark ones so it's easier to see. Okay. So the defenders are here. This is basically the setup on Sam Kerr's goal today, okay? In the Australia-England game. She's coming here. Her teammate, Ford, is over here. Now, she's taken the ball originally from here, right? She's gone through here. Chow. So she's on sides. Because she dribbled past these guys herself, okay? Now, let's pretend that these two fell over. Actually, these ones standing now. These defenders fall over. And this lady, she gets in front of them. All right? Now, if this lady passes to this lady here, they're both in front of these defenders, but there's just a goalie back here, right? Normally, if you pass from back here to here, it's offsides. If you pass from here to here, is it offsides? That's what I want to know. Because can you pass to a teammate who's also between the defenders and the goalie? Or do they have to be back here to be onside still? Does everybody understand this important question? Normally, if she were back here and she were going to pass it to her teammate, right? Her teammate has to also be behind these guys. So then she passes it up here, pow, chew. And this lady outruns this lady to the ball. Chow, 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 chow. Now that's fine, that's onside. But if she passes it here, chow, that's offside. What if she's onsides here and her teammate is up front? But she got the ball onsides by making these guys dribbling through here, making these guys fall down. Is this now onsides or is this offsides? These are the questions I want answered. If none of you guys have the answer, I will make a video specifically about this question. Now, I'm asking a question about offsides rules. I want to know if it's possible for a teammate for a person who has the ball to dribble herself into an onside position. In other words, to be on the other side of the between the defenders who, let's say, fall down and the goalie. Now she's alone. She's onside because she's dribbled herself into the front of them. What if she has a teammate who now runs past these two people who've fallen down? Is she offsides, or can this lady pass it to her? That's my question. It's one of my two questions. The other one being, if the lady is in front of the lady here, then can she still pass it to her? And these two fall down, you know? In other words, if she started in an onside position when the dribbler dribbles herself into an onside position, if the second lady goes in front of the dribbler, can she receive a pass if she's in an offside position in terms of the defenders? If nobody knows, I'll make a video about it, because it's such a difficult question to even ask. It's not really the sort of question I can think of how to phrase it exactly. So it's like, well, instead what I'll do is I'll make it's going to be very difficult to find something that will answer this very specific question without a lot of research. So I think what I'm going to do is make a video appealing to people around the globe who are more knowledgeable about soccer than Americans are usually, including me, and see if they can answer this question. The reason I think that a pass from somebody who's in front of the defender, well, I was thinking about it in terms of corner kicks. It seems like it's impossible to be offsides on a corner kick, since the lady who's kicking the ball is right there, right where at like the line of the goal, basically. Thank you, Ruben. I appreciate that. Then maybe if you're kicking wherever you're kicking from, if you started off on sides, even if those people aren't on sides anymore, or maybe it's like, if you know, you can't be offsides behind an onsides ball or something. I'm not sure. That would be the way to ask the question, I guess. Can you be offsides behind an onsides ball? But today's game, Australia versus England, was a very exciting game. And that Sam Kerr goal was, I mean, Rachel had to come downstairs and said, "What happened?" Because my effusive response, I was just like, "Oh my God, oh my God, what just happened?" It was crazy because England was up 1-0, And then Sam Kerr from outside the penalty box, just the edge of it. She had her teammate over here. Everybody in the fucking stadium thought she was gonna pass the thing. Everybody did. And she fucking just turned, booted this perfect strike right into the corner of the net. It was just the most triumphant moment in World Cup memory I can think of. It was beautiful. Of course, England then proceeded to score two more goals and win the game, which was a little sad. Um, but that moment was a beautiful moment and a gorgeous goal of the tournament for sure. Just nailed it, just from distance to everybody was shocked. Like she had everybody on the other team and in the stadium, probably her own teammate, fooled as to what was going to happen there. And she still had to cut it between like two people. Very, she had to thread the needle, as they say in American football. And then she had two more opportunities to get goals. In a lot of ways, that game should have been tied 3-3. She had a header right in front of the goal. Sam Kerr did. That one would have made it taken an amazing header because she had to head it backwards with the back of her head in the opposite direction it was coming and down a little bit to get it into the goal. So it would have been a really incredible header, but it was not far from goal, and it was a makeable goal. That one you can't really blame her for missing, but then she had one that was right in front of it too. It's like the keeper punched it out weak and it landed right at her feet, and she just unloaded on it and sailed over the goal, and it was like 5 feet in front of it. She was so upset with herself. I was a little upset with her too. I said, Sam Kerr. And she said, what, Eric? I said, you should have made that. She said, can't you tell from my reaction that I know I should have made that? I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm so upset. I'm cueing you everything you need to know, Eric. I don't need to be further scolded about this. I said, Sam Kerr, okay, you're excused this time because your first goal was so beautiful. It was the goal of the tournament. It was a piece of beauty to watch. It was perfectly timed to make the game super exciting because Australia was down a goal and then I tied it up, and it was great. Saturday they had the third place game between Australia and Australia and who? Who did Spain beat? Sweden. Australia and Sweden is the third place game. Sunday, the finals is going to be Spain versus England. And I'm picking right now. My pick is England. I'm not sure who's favored. Probably England's favored. I think England's the highest ranked remaining team, but not by much because 1, 2, 3 are out. I know that, and Spain is 6. So if England's 4 or 5, they're only ranked 1 or 2 above Spain. I'm assuming England's 4 or 5. Australia was 10. And they're gone. I think it was 4 versus 10, if I remember correctly. So 4 versus 6 is an interesting finals. I've gotten a chance to watch a lot of the games. And my informed opinion is despite Spain's possession beauty, because they're beautiful to watch, Spain's team plays what Brazil wishes it could play. Brazil's all about the beautiful game. Spain's soccer is beautiful to watch. They play beautiful soccer. But England seems like their whole squad is made up of like the trashiest Cockney British girls they could find. You're like, oh, you're not going to do that to me. You know, they play rough. The British play rough and tumble. They're super like they're good in possession, but not as good as Spain. But they're much better than Spain at longer entry passes. You know, like the counter strike, as they say in Counter Strike. Um, so celebs are the house slaves of the elites, a tool to control the masses, just like football. Are you sure football's not a sport that people like to both play and watch? I'm pretty sure that's a better explanation. You know, the thing is, you're watching this. Is it because the dominant elites are trying to control you? Or are only you capable of making free media choices? I want to be a celebrity, Kyok, and I don't want to be a house slave of the elites. So that means it must not be the same thing. You'd be correct to say that's specious reasoning, Eric. It is specious reasoning. But remember, there's not some central organization of people who say, let's give the people sports to keep them occupied. There are people who do things like, well, let's try to start a sports league and make a shit ton of money. And why? Is it because the dominant elites want people to watch sports? No, it's because people like to watch sports. For one thing, we've all watched everything else already. For another thing, it's authentic. You don't know what's going to happen. For a third thing, it appeals to a lot of people. So there's the spirit of excitement when a big crowd's getting excited and stuff. Right? I understand how intuitives don't see the appeal of sports. Money is also controlled by the elite. Whose money? Is my money controlled by the elites? I don't remember them ever, any elites coming and controlling my money, but has your money been controlled by the elites? My money is controlled by the elites. I need to call my bank, because as far as I knew, nobody but me and Rachel had access to that account. Now that I know the elites are in there, who knows what they're going to do with it? Probably spend it on sports tickets to control everybody. If I had a sports team, maybe I'd name them the Global Elites. That'd be a good name for a sports team, huh? Me? For 10 million bucks, would I get an INFJ tattoo across my forehead? No. But 10 million bucks? Yeah. I just get it removed. Is there some rule about me having to leave it there forever? Then I'd get in the habit of wearing hats. 10 million bucks? Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah. Yes, I would. If I was unallowed to get it removed ever, it would give me pause. Ever? If I had to leave it on there for like 10 years, maybe, I still consider it. I mean, I could wear a lot of like caps that go down, like those like wool caps that go down. You pull them down as far as you want. All countries on Earth has a deep state. How evil it is, I can't know. Yeah, well, you can't know any of the things you're saying, but that doesn't seem to stop you. Of course, like saying sentences like that I just said is what happens when we've all grown up speaking and thinking through the wrong frame of reference. When we recognize knowing as one of two kinds of making determinations about things, then we just say to Fiat Yuck, no, you can know, you are knowing way too much. That kind of like uh, knowing run amok causes problems because knowing's fundamentally a shortcut from deliberation. So, better if you're going to be trying to understand the world, better to deliberate than to know. If you're trying to understand specific things about the world that are specific to you, particular things, no problem, go ahead and know away. But when you're trying to explain things, that requires deliberation. And what you're doing is knowing things that function as explanations but don't actually explain things because they're not deliberated. Reading books does not allow you to know things, okay? What allows you to know things is to affirm something, substantiate it sufficiently, meet your burdens, withstand scrutiny from a negation, and then you can claim, okay, we have good cause to know this, assuming it's a decent negation. Instead, you don't even have an affirmation, you just have general statements. Your general statements themselves are immediately cast into significant doubt by the fact that we do understand that individual humans have trouble agreeing no matter how much commonality they may bring to the plate, right? So, like right around here, even though this is a fairly unique group of people who wants to watch Talking to Spanish people, not it's hard to get two people to agree about anything even around here. And what has to be as like-minded a group as any other group, right? Like it's more like-minded than a random grouping of people, and there's no reason to think that high levels of fame or wealth are going to link at all to high levels of power in terms of public entities like governments and stuff. But it is conceivable to think that high levels of power are going to link to high levels of wealth. Um, because that's what power does is accumulate wealth among other things. So, but nevertheless, there's no reason to think that the individuals who have the drive and what wherewithal to become wealthy and powerful, that they have any tendency whatsoever to cooperate with one another and on some grand scheme is crazy. They've each got their own schemes just like everybody else. So what you want to do is stop reading books that validate your preconceived intuitive bias and start listening to me. Reading books. Or at least do the following thing. Instead of coming in and making your conclusion without any substantiation, come in with a compelling argument that nobody can deny the validity of or something. But the problem is you're going to keep wanting to make intuitive leaps from anything that that properly construed only establishes meow. And you're going to say, but it's showing a pattern of meow. But you're just looking for things consistent with that pattern, and so of course you're not doing a good job of being rational. which is fine. You don't have to do a good job of being rational in life, but it's nice to have try to do a good job of being rational about like public policy matters or global politics and the state of affairs and regardless, you're just constructing this narrative of an unresolvably fucked up status quo that is in which all real power structures are hidden from us and all visible power structures are just power structure theater. Well, that's that's not true, and it it's just a way. It's like it's a display of chosen helplessness. I choose to be helpless in the world, and I need a frame of reference that helps me be helpless. Helplessness, if you will, yeah. Which is helplessness when it comes to the issue of chapstick. The conclusion that leads me to conclude is that during the last 4 years, 8 state leaders and 2 former prime ministers have been assassinated. I will assume, I don't doubt the veracity of what you're saying, that your facts stated there are true. The problem is, you want to make intuitive leaps from certain facts to meanings, stories that you're telling that are predicated on false mechanics for how people interact with each other and so forth. So, I don't have a problem with your facts, I have a problem with your intuitive leaps. Well, that actually is an example of chapstick working if your chap remains, because it's in the name. It gets your chap to stick. So a lot of the chapstick company feels a lot of complaints about this, but then they just tell people read the name. You know, does double as a suppository, and then after that you can use it as an inhaler. So triple purpose. Triple purpose chapstick, triple purpose. Now, good for your lips, your butthole, and your nostrils. It's three-purpose chapstick. It reminds you on the thing. Only use on your butthole after you've thoroughly sterilized your butthole. And or discard chapstick after each butthole use. It's three-purpose chapstick. Works on your lips, your nostrils, and your butthole. In small print it says, discard after each butthole use. It's really just a trap to get you to keep buying three-purpose chapstick that you only end up using for one purpose. Chap wipes, disposable chap wipes. It's like a smaller square of paper than like a toilet paper one. And in the middle, it's got a dollop of chapstick. I like it. You're selling me on this, Kajitsu. Now that's feasible. Disposable chapstick wipes? Butthole chapstick wipes? What do we call it? Chap hole? Chap chap hole soothe? Hole soothe. Chap hole no more. Whole chap. Whole chap treatment applicator wipes. Whole chap treatment applicator wipes. So it's HCTAW. HCTAW. So it's hectaw. You could call them hooktas. You could call them hukatas, hokatas, hokatas, hokatas. I think the brand name for these are hokatas, okay? And the brand name Hokata came from the acronym for whole chap treatment applicator wipes. So there, now we're done with our corporate meeting. Let's get this product out to market and call it a lunch. You know, I'm having the lobster bisque. Yeah, but could you hold the lobster from that, please? Just give me the bisque part. What do you mean it's baked into it? It's a soup, right? So it would be like souped into it, right? Okay, well, can you soup it out of it? You can't take any of the lobster out of the lobster bisque? What do you mean there's no pieces of lobster in lobster bisque? Why are they called lobster bisque? Oh, you like squeeze the juice out of them or something? Alright, never mind. I'll just have the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You don't have peanut butter and jelly sandwiches? What kind of a restaurant is this? Alright, fine. What's this? A hamburger? What's it made out of? Hamburger patty? Never heard of it. What is it? Is it like a lily pad or something? Meat? Cow, huh? Alright, I'll give it a try. You add a quart of Roquefort dressing on top? A full quart. You don't have Roquefort? Alright, scratch the burger then. What kind of pancakes do you have? You don't have pancakes. This is a restaurant, right? Well, if you could look at the menu, sir. I looked at it. I already looked at it. That's what I ordered first off the bat. I said, give me the special, right? We don't have a special, sir. What? Is there anything that is special here? Yes, I recommend our cottage cheese lasagna. Cottage cheese lasagna, huh? It's really quite good. It's one of our most popular items. Is there anything in it besides cottage cheese? Yes, sir. It's got your normal lasagna ingredients in it, except replaces the ricotta with cottage cheese. What's ricotta? It's the cheese that normally goes in lasagna. Abnormal lasagna, huh? Hmm. You know what? Can you come back to me? I need to look at the menu some more. The waitress's worst nightmare. Well, I'm not gonna fight with you on that one, Moonfei. Obviously, lasagna becomes lasagna with the right everything. Means mix in the spinach. If you put spinach in your lasagna, shame on you. Shame on you. Lasagna has no place for spinach. Lasagna is not Popeye, okay? Who's a spinach putter? Do I have any spinach putters here? Who put spinach in their lasagna? I hope not. Because it's like, oh, this lasagna is delicious, but ew, there's this piece of spinach here. Why is it still right here? Lasagna. Do you think originally it was two words, and meaning the lasagna? I'd take a spinach salad on the side, fine. I'd even co-bite them. The problem with putting spinach in lasagna, is then it's cooked all soft and mushy and gross. And spinach is fine when it's crispy still and fresh, but not when it's cooked all soft and mushy. Who wants soft and mushy spinach on anything? It's like, can you ruin this, please? Here you go. Nice piece of soft, mushy spinach. Oh, thanks. No, I think lettuce's angry cousin is clearly cabbage. Cabbage should be angry because, unlike lettuce, it's gross. It's tired of people telling it that, understandably, because all it gets is ontological assault all the time. People are saying, like, oh, I thought this was lettuce. Never mind. They hear that all the time, cabbages do. So naturally, they're angry. They feel like second class citizens in the round leaf, round ball of leaves department. You know, round balls of leaves. It's a good Family Feud category. Things that are round balls of leaves. You'd have lettuce, number one answer. Cabbage, number two answer. Even though cabbage might even be the number one answer because they are more consistently round balls of leaves. Whether you get your icebergs a round ball of leaves, but a lot of other lettuce isn't, right? So you might have to say cabbage, iceberg lettuce, and then where do you go from there? Um, you might get away with wreath if you wanted to really stretch the definition of ball. Uh, maybe maybe there's some like dish, a Greek dish where they make a ball of all of these leaves, the grape leaves, and that. But I can't think of any other answers for that Family Feud category. Balls of leaves, things that are balls of leaves. Why is it a sad meal? I always loved it when my mom made corned beef and cabbage each year for St. Patrick's Day. Well, I didn't really like the cabbage, but I liked the corned beef a lot. It was delicious. I still like corned beef a lot. But, there are certain vegetables that are just, there's something kind of offensive about them. They seem kind of just, ugh. They include things like cauliflower, cabbage, squash, zucchini, okra. You just don't want any of those vegetables anywhere near your food. Just get them away. If you're a chef and you're putting cauliflower in your cauliflower and squash is your vegetable medley, just fuck you. That's what I would say. Why? Why would you pick vegetables nobody likes? Know people who enjoy vegetables correctly, like squash, cauliflower, or zucchini, eggplant, or okra. None of those things are good. Those are the bad vegetables. Cabbage. Maybe I could think of one more bad vegetable if I tried. Well, now you know, Lupe. The Fae, I was going to call you. I planned to call you that today. It's the Fae. Um, Now you know you don't have to think next time you go to the store. Just check your mental list. Which vegetables did Eric say were bad? And then you'll know the truth about which vegetables are bad because of my extreme vegetable correctness syndrome, which makes me extremely correct about which vegetables are good. Well, just think how much better it would have been if instead of eggplant, it had been some kind of meat. Just remember that. Your grandma may have been such a brilliant cook that she could even make eggplant taste good, but that's not a reason to eat eggplant. Like she could probably make dog turds taste good if she's that good of a cook that she can make eggplant taste good. But it doesn't mean you should eat dog turds. Broccoli's good. No, broccoli's good. The thing is, you just can't. You have to get it not. Broccoli's like pasta. You got to get it cooked al dente. It needs to be um, not too squishy. If you overcook broccoli, then it gets gross. Oh, no, you don't, Ruben. I don't want to hear any squash apologists around here. Okay? Squash has no excuse for being how gross it is, but it does get credit for at least announcing that ahead of time in its gross name. Asparagus is great. Artichokes are fine but hard to eat. Um, I've become an eater of Brussels sprouts periodically, even though they may seem like little cabbages and kind of stink a little bit. If they're cooked right, they can be quite delicious. And so Brussels sprouts is a recent addition to the good side of the tracks. Like, okay, what's the most ghetto vegetable of all? I think yesterday is cauliflower. It's just ugh. Nobody can make cauliflower good. Does anybody like cauliflower? Okay. Well, Ruben, I think you have excessive positivity disorder, trying to find some instance where maybe if the world's greatest chef prepares it with exactly the right white wine reduction, then maybe it would taste good. As long as you couldn't taste any of the cauliflower nor get any of the texture from it, that's not really a good reason to like cauliflower. That's a poor reason to like cauliflower. Unless that's your personal chef, in which case if you use the same techniques on any other vegetable, it would be better. Cauliflower doesn't taste like anything. It just tastes like mealy mush in your mouth. It's the oatmeal of vegetables. So don't eat cauliflower. So I think we can list ghetto vegetable number one is cauliflower. That's the worst one. Well, but who am I kidding? Squash is terrible. Okay, I'm gonna put squash at number one. Number one, most ghetto vegetable of all, squash. It's like mushy before you even cook it. Collard greens are terrible. Oh, good call there, Ruben R. Collard greens are not vegetables. Those are just some horrible leaves that you shouldn't be eating. So, collard greens, well, since we're going to talk about the most ghetto vegetable, though, collard greens now makes it racially charged. I, I had forgotten all about collard greens. So we're going to have to change our terminology if we're going to include collard greens in the list because it's probably going to be the top of it. They're so terrible. Um, okay, we'll call it the most ratchet vegetables. I'm still putting squash at the top. At least collard greens are leaves. Squash are just mush squares. You know, if they start out as mush tubes and then they turn into mushy mush squares. Chives are good. I like chives. Right. Everyone's like, nobody ends their sentence oatmeal, period. I like oatmeal. That sentence is never over. It always has to be qualified with something because they don't like oatmeal. They like oatmeal with cream and peaches and sugar, which really means they like cream and peaches and sugar. One to grow on. That's one to grow on. That is one to grow on. You shut your chive shaming mouth. We're not going to tolerate anti chive hate speech around here. We know what you mean by chives. It's a racial slur for those little green grass things that get chopped up on your baked potato, which are properly deemed, if you're not using hate speech, you don't use a slur like chives. You call them what they are, potato greens. They're the green stuff that goes on your potato. Potato greeneners would be another possible term for them. Because they're not just green, they green in your potato. They ingreenify. Okay, let's play charades. Okay, so you guys get the first word here? We're playing charades. It's 2 words. It's a television program. No, you're wrong, but first word. Air coming out of the cake is a good guess, but not correct. Growing, correct, Ruben. Growing pains. You got it. You got it. Wow, that's some good NI. Did you see Ruben just nail that shit? Wow. Very, very impressive. Okay, let's do another one. Do another TV show, okay? The TV show is 2 words. First word. It's the first word. Okay. Did not get how charades works? First word, you guys. Thank you, Kojitsu. Yes. Um, Kojitsu got it. Second word. There you go. Kojitsu gets it. So Ruben gets a wonder point for the first one. Kojitsu gets a wonder point for the second one. Okay. Now, the next show is 1 word, 2 syllables. Okay. First syllable. Oh. First syllable. Hmm. First letter of the first syllable. Okay. I don't know how to do Baywatch. I was trying to do Baywatch. I was baying at the moon. But I think Baywatch is a really tough one to try to do. It would also be difficult to do a show like Rick and Morty. How do you charades that? I don't know. Moonfei, you are right. Wednesday is Wonder Points Day. That means our Wonder Point values are doubled. So if you received a Wonder Point, make it 2. Thank you for reminding. This year too, I guess my A cups are just getting more pronounced. I noticed them outside. I see it in the video up there. I'm finally, at long last, entering puberty. I have breasts where before there were no breasts. And fingers crossed, my menstrual cycle will begin soon. This box of tampons I bought when I was like 12 or 13 is getting so old. I'm wondering if it has a expiration date on it. Because of course they accidentally put me in the wrong sex ed class with the girls. So I've based my assumptions on my body accordingly ever since. Yeah, charades is a good dream activity. Okay, I'll charades and other charades. This one, let's see. It's a feature film, and it's this feature film is meow. Incorrect. Incorrect, Ruben. Very incorrect. I think we might have to go play charades while I watch the cat eat. Come on, let's go eat. Kitty wants to eat. He needs some watchers because he cannot eat alone. There you go, Kitty. Okay. So this movie is, let's see, it's your film. This movie is mm, okay. This movie is 3 words. Okay. The third word. And that's the third word. Feature film, 3 words. That's the third word. I think if you get the third word, you'll be able to get it. No, you're getting close, but it's not quite it. Okay. Bride is correct, Moon Faye 11. Your answer, though, is not correct. Okay? So, because probably bride has 4 words. So then, second word. There you go. Kojitsu got it. The Princess Bride. Good job, Kojitsu. You got it. Good job. Okay, so Kojitsu, you get a wonder point for that. Wonder points are doubled today, so that's 2 wonder points. Oh, the Princess Bride is correct. Okay. Hello. Okay. Now, marriage. Now we'll do another feature film. This one is 4 words, okay? Are you ready? We're going to do the first word first. There you go, Ruben. Good NI. It's an excellent NI for you there. So good job, Karma's Pen 2. Back to the Future. Okay. Now let's do a band, okay? Alright. This band has 3 words, okay? It should be an easy one, okay? The second word Rolling Stones is correct. Fujitsu got it first, so he gets the wonder point. It's an easy one. Now, wouldn't it have been interesting if it had been a different band, like Our Rolling something? I wonder if there's another 3-word band name that has rolling as the second word in it. Okay, now we're going to do song titles. Song title. Let's go with okay. This should be another easy one. This is a 5-word song title. First word. Boom. Karma's Pen, you get the wonder point. I guess you must be behind real time. You gotta fast forward to the end. I know that my video falls behind as the watching part of it does for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, we'll do another song in a second. Okay. This song is a 6-word title, okay? A 6-word title. We're going to do word 6 first. I think that's going to be the best way to get us there, okay? So, here's word 6. Boom, Ruben. Boom. Wonder point for you. Doubled, of course. All right, let me try to do a little bit of a harder one, but still gettable enough. Okay. This is a 10-word title song, okay? First word. What word is that? No. You are wrong, Ruben. Let me continue the demonstration. So, what's what is the word? No. No, Ruben. No, none of those things. I'm sorry.
I'm handsome.
There you go, Moon Faye. Okay. You got it. Okay. Now, no, you don't have it. Close. Close. Now, close. No. Not Axel Rose. That's 10 words.
Meow. Meow.
It's like mother, but it's not quite the same as mother.
Meow.
Boom, Kojitsu. Nails it. Nails it. Excellent work. You get 2 wonder points for that one. And then they doubled. And that means you got 4 wonder points.
Meow.
Very nice work, Kojitsu. Very impressive.
Meow.
See, I was trying to convey to you that it's mother
Meow.
as said by the baby.
Yes, yes.
Mama, mama. Like that. That's what I was trying to convey to you. But it was a tough one to get across. I guess that's not what was being conveyed exactly. I'm not the world's greatest actor, you know. Sure, I have played baby on multiple network television series, but I still haven't quite mastered the craft. You thought I was imitating a mountain lion. You want to do one? Well, unfortunately, I'm the only one on camera, so. Hey, Rachel, there's a request for you to do a charades for them. There's a request for you to do a charades for them if you're down. If you're in bed already, you don't want to do it, it's fine. Okay, yeah, she's gonna pass this time on the charades. Alright, then he's come up with another one. Alright, this is a, alright, this is a, we will do a, oh. Okay, we will do a, we'll do a book, okay? This is a book, and that's totally fine. In this book, it has 2 words, okay, in the title. First word, 2 syllables. First syllable of the first word, okay? No. Okay. Let me try to demonstrate it again. What was I just demonstrating? Okay. Let me let me try the second syllable of the first word. Boom. Second syllable of the first word. Now, let me do the first syllable of the first word again. Not murder, but you're getting close. Let me do the first syllable, first word again. Oh, you got it, Ruben. You're right. I said the first word had 2 syllables, but it has 3. Now I feel like a big dummy. Well, I'm sorry I ruined the Slaughterhouse 5 party for everybody. I guess that's just my built-in periodic failure assurance protocol. If I haven't failed in a while, then I have to fail. Okay, so I'm going to do now a play. Okay, I'm going to do a play. Title has 3 words in it. Okay. First word. Okay, you know what the first word is yet? Okay, I'll give you another hint for the first word. This is 3 words, and I'm trying to do the first word right now. Okay, so there's 3 words. No. Okay, so here we go. Okay. Yes, this is all one word. Okay. It's a 3-word play, and the first word is that. But okay, we'll go to the third word. So we'll go back to the first word, but we'll try the third word now. No. Getting close though. You guys are getting close. Okay. Um, okay. Let me clarify the third word. Now, okay. Let me go back to the first word then. Let's try the first word again. Um, First word. Three words. It's a play. And, okay, first word. You're getting there, Ruben. You're getting there. You're getting there. You're getting very close. I go back to my first thing. No, it's not the vagina monologues. You're getting there. Boom, Rachel. Boom. Thank you. I was trying to demonstrate menopause. Yes, it's a play. Yes, it's real. I saw it. I saw like 15 or 20 minutes of it anyway. It's not just a joke that I make, okay? This is a real play that I actually sat through 15 or 20 minutes of it. And it was like the worst play ever. It was a musical. Why couldn't you guys get my musical thing? It was like talk, 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 talk. No. Meow, meow. Yes. Thank you, Ruben. Were you the one who threw the flowers up on stage? I appreciate that. They were lovely. 7 more hours of charades until you get one, huh? Are you notoriously slow at getting charades? I tell you what's another great new anime this season that I haven't really talked about much, but is fantastic, is Undead Murder Farce. It's really good. It's like a mystery show, kind of. Very entertaining. Very fast, 22 minutes, you know. It's over before you hardly begun. All the best anime are like that. Those 22 minutes fly by. I've played it before on a few occasions. Not often, but okay, let's do a band name now. So I think it's actually 3 words. Okay. First word's a little word. I'll just tell you. First word's the. Okay. Because I'm going to tell you that because I'm not sure if there's a the in front of it or not. Now, the next 2 words. Second word. Posh is in the right realm of things. Okay. Keep going in that direction. A lot of words are getting very close to what I'm getting for, but not quite it. Let me try a different approach to this word. This is a band. So we're still on the second word, or maybe the first word if there's not a the in front of it. But so I just gave it 2 different looks at that second word. The first look is and another explication of it is okay. Well, let's go to the the second word, okay? Reuben with your caveman. That's what I was going like that too, okay? The club, okay. That's the second word. I mean, or the third word, depending if there's a dot in front. Now, the first word is there you go. Moon Faye, you get the points. See, I tried to demonstrate culture first in terms of being culture-y, right? And second in terms of showing you different cultures. The first culture was Indians doing a rain dance. The second culture was Japanese people. The third culture was like American cowboy. It just seemed to confuse people. And I got the club by the caveman. I was gonna transition to making it rain in the club kind of club, but um, I I didn't have to, fortunately. Okay, let's see. That's another good thing to do here. Um, all right. This is a movie. It has 4 words in it, okay? First word. Okay. Um, Okay. No. My thoughts? Close. One more to go. We're paying. Oh, that's the first word. No, but it's a good guess. Moon Faye. Oh, Ruben got it. Ruben got it. Gone with the Wind. That was a good one. Okay. How about? Okay, this is 4 words. It's 4 words. We will do the last word first. Mm. Well, no, not scramble. Maybe too hard. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll try the third word first. Let me get the third word. So it may be too hard for me. I'm getting tired of charading as well. That one was the Blair Witch Project. That was the Blair Witch Project. The fourth word was project. I was trying to show you doing a project. This was a movie. And the second was me being a witch flying around on a broom. Yeah. I realized at a certain point, this is probably too hard. Well, I figure if I could get witch or project, you could probably get it, you know. Although, 4-word title ending in project might not get it, but if you get witch and project, you'd get it. I could have gotten to witch, but I realized I think I'm tired of playing charades now. Shall we go inside the house? Where the buffalo roam? And the skies are not cloudy all day? Why don't you just say the skies are clear all day? Weren't you really just trying to force extra syllables? You know, because you wanted extra syllables there, you're just trying to force the words a bit? I think so. I think it's a fair critique. Skies are not cloudy all day. There's a lack of NI concision there. That was pretty my high intensity for clowning. Yeah. Charade burnout does happen. Especially when both parties always have to play the same role. I have to be the charader. You guys have to be the guessers. Because I can't see you. And you can't really do charades. You could try to do charades with emojis, I presume. It's just, he knows how to operate in the casino, Urbanar. Leave when you're ahead. What's pretty high intensity for cloning? You mean the amount that I took is high intensity, or you mean I'm pretty high energy for somebody who took a full cloning? Well, I mean, I also took 5 bands today, but I can feel the cloning starting to win that battle. You know, it's beginning to celebrate the moments of its life, which I've encouraged it to do for a long time. How could you not figure out what I was doing? My acting was so on point. When I was flying around like a witch on a broom, I was clearly a witch. I think perhaps my favorite one was The Princess Bride. Because first I had to act like a bride, and then I had to act like a princess. So, distinguishing between those two roles is took some acting chops. Because brides on their wedding day are going to be treated like princesses, and princesses could easily be mistaken for a diva, for example, the way I was doing it. Um, she was just a prissy, bossy lady. Not sure you're gonna get the message that she's a princess. Could have tried to put a tiara on her or something. You sound like an INTJ Kojutsu. Like erring on the side of not guessing is countervalued in I. But, you know, who knows, right? Who knows? He's just a guy typing words into a chat, so it's hard to say what type he is. For all we know, he might not even be human. He might be the next evolution of humanity. Human 2.0. Just like regular humans, except now we have laser eyes. Which turn out to come in handy a lot less frequently than you'd think. You'd think if I had laser eyes, I'd use them constantly. I'd cut this, I'd cut that, I'd you know, shoot burglars with them. But in reality, you find that you had few occasions to use your laser eyes. You wish you'd just gotten X-ray eyes instead. Of course, if you're gonna have X-ray eyes, you need to have the ability to set the level of X-ray to wherever you want it at any given time, or turn it off. You don't want to have constantly X-ray eyes. Then you couldn't see the outsides of the things. You could only see the insides of them. The better calibrated the X-ray eye power, the more desirable it becomes for a pervert. Well, that's what I'm saying. You need to be able to, it needs to be adjustable X-ray eyes. Laser eyes, as I'm saying, is poorer choice for a superpower than X-ray eyes, provided the X-ray eyes are, you can change the settings on them, you know. You need to be able to turn it off so you have regular eyes, and then you need to be able to adjust the X-ray level. So the most obvious advantage of having X-ray eyes, obviously, is looking through girls' clothes. But if you were going to do that, you'd have to have a highly calibrated X-ray eyes that could X-ray through clothing, but then just stop right there, you know. Anyway, I'm not saying that I want X-ray eyes to be a perv. I'm just saying if you were gonna get X-ray eyes, the only real conceivable advantages are in perveries. So you need to have a highly calibrated X-ray eyes. Sure, you could look into safes and something and see what's in there, but that wouldn't help you get into the safe, and you probably don't want to be a criminal, you know. Other possible kinds of eyes, like eyes that see ghosts that other people can't see. Well, is that really that useful? How much better is life if you can see ghosts than if you can't see ghosts? If the ghosts are helpful, like you can question them about stuff, learn things, if you have a ghost army, if you have a ghost army, basically you've got X-ray vision delegated to your ghosts, because even though they can't necessarily see through things, they can pass through things to the inside and see right up front, you know. It depends. Are they your slaves? If you have an army of ghost slaves, then they could be very useful, depending on what they can do. Presumably, they can at least go through things, look at stuff that's hidden, and tell you about it. That could be useful, you know. What's in that thing over there? I can't get in there. I'm curious what's going on back there. Send some ghosts, you know. If you want to see what they're hiding behind some military base or whatever, you could send your ghost in. He could check it out, come back with a full report. If you could figure out a way to get your ghost to carry a ghost cell phone, it could record a ghost video for you even. Then you have to obviously convert that file format to non-ghost file format. Yeah, anime just approach these. Yeah, that's just one of many that approaches this thing. I'm watching one right, or actually I just finished it, called Midnight Occult Community Relations. I have watched that show, Psyche K. Not sure if I watched all of it, but I watched quite a bit of it. It's on Netflix. Now that I am, now that I am finished with uh, midnight occult community relations, I'm going to return to finishing Space Battleship Yamato 2222. I think is the year, and because that one's good, and I haven't finished it yet. I've got a number of things I actually have in the mix that are good enough to watch, but I haven't finished them yet. Like Last Exile. Last Exile is kind of interesting. So it's an unusual anime, much more in the Western style of animes, of cartoons, like more in the Western style of animation, I guess you'd say, or drawing. Looks like it could almost be like a Disney movie, you know. But it's kind of a weird story. It's like there's these two kids who have this plane and are trying to make their living as delivery people and get caught up in this weird war. One thing I like about it is the way it never does any exposition to explain to you the dynamics of this society and this world that they're in. You just discover it as it goes along, and it's a strange world, and you can't quite figure out like why things are done this way. And you assume you'll get an explanation eventually, and maybe you will, but it creates an odd kind of. It's like a liminal space halfway between now and forever, never and then, whenever and whoever, right in the middle at the crossroads. If you want to be my crossroads, you got to get with my friends. Let me plug in this phone for a second. I don't know how much longer this stream is going to go on for, but less than 1,000,000 years longer. So if you're expecting another 1,000,000 years of live streaming, it's not going to go on that much longer. Ah, well, that's a tasty treat sensation called brisk iced tea. Brisk iced tea. It's the brisk one. It's good. I like it. I don't like it as much as Arizona's, but it's not bad at all. It's a lot easier to get than Arizona's. Chicken shit? Because I didn't want to be sued by you before the copyright board. A form in which I could only lose or not lose, and you could only win or not win. You call it chicken shit, I call it common sense, you know? I'm not interested in having a pissing contest with you. I mean, why would I want to facilitate the form of your choice which unfairly advantages you. I wouldn't. It's not so much fear as it is sanity, right? No sane person would want to go into a form that advantages their opponent who's trying to sue them, even though she doesn't have a case. I'm much more confident that the federal courts would be a more neutral adjudicator of the question. So it makes sense to choose that form, as it would also allow me to go on offense if I saw fit, countersue, so to speak. So, you do what you want to do. I don't think there's anything chicken shit about you not pursuing a federal case against me. I think that's sensible, right? Because that's a much bigger undertaking than copyright board. But if you do choose to sue me in the federal courts, I won't think of you as brave. I just think of you as incredibly spiteful. Of course, you probably just came, put that thing there, and immediately left. But whatever. Michelle Shark's not the kind of person who comes here to say something and then listen to responses to it. I think she came in, dropped her comment, and bailed. So she tried to get her attack in, but I think I make a fair point. If she wants to like judge this on bravery, well, I mean, it's like you're talking about taking legal action against me for secondary copyright violation, which has been established as an argument plaintiffs can make. But in all the examples are nothing like me, If you actually looked into my channel at all, you realize there's nothing copyright violating about me at all. Every time you come here to a live stream, I'm just making purely original content. So, I don't deny that you had every right to remove that video that linked to content of yours that was illegally being hosted by the Internet Archive, but I certainly have no reason to believe that I knew it was illegally being hosted there. I mean, my relationship with the Internet Archive was such that I used it to find old stuff of mine that I had before but had lost, I just thought of it as a resource to find old lost stuff. I didn't think about it as anything else. So, I mean, the video that linked to your content was taken down right away. It informed you that the Internet Archive was hosting your stuff illegally, allowing you to issue takedown notices there and prevent an ongoing accessing of illegal content. Any reasonable calculation of the matter would suggest that if I had willfully intended to link to illegal content, I would have accessed it from some place where you actually get illegal content from, like Pirates Bay or LimeWire or P2P, whatever, I certainly wouldn't have found it on what it any reasonable person perceives as a legitimate website. But if you're still here, I guess you don't listen to what I say, because you've never given me any indication that you've listened to anything I said before. So, calling me chicken isn't gonna work, because I'm not 8 years old, you know? And this is an actual legal matter. So obviously, you can't goad me into making a bad decision by calling me chicken. I don't know what would make you think that would even ever be possible. Yeah, I don't think she's the kind to stand around and listen to a response of any sort. She calls me chicken, and well, just because I would like to avoid that. No, it's her, dude. It's her. Look at her icon. It says you steal. Look at her page, man. She's a she's a copyright crusader that can't distinguish between somebody who's actually a copyright violator or copyright scofflaw in some way, and a guy like me who clearly isn't. And she's kind of in denial about the fact that she's not trying to sue me because I committed a copyright violation. She's trying to sue me because she doesn't like what I said, and she didn't. I don't even think she watched the video. She didn't like the title of a video I put up afterwards, nor the description of it. So yeah, I made videos, a number of videos now. Of course, it's okay to be saying this. Um, the thing is, she didn't like me critiquing her especially aggressive stance on copyright, and so she decided she was going to get me somehow. But and the thing is, what's weird is what she made clear in the paperwork, the claim she sent to the copyright board is that she already expended a lot of energy trying to get YouTube to give me a bullying strike, and was unable to get them to agree to this. And so then, after failing to get that accomplished, she then wanted to get me to opt into a copyright board hearing. Uh, in the end, I opted out of it and said, I'll take my chances if you want to sue me in federal court. The only advantage of the copyright board hearing, it would have limited my liability to $5,000. But, the more I thought about it and looked at it, she didn't really have any case at all, because secondary and vicarious copyright infringement are not mentioned at all in the statute. So they're arguments that the courts have allowed um, when plaintiffs make them. There's no universal standard for what has to be established exactly to qualify as that, but there are two elements that are common to I think all of them, which are the person has to have willfully done it and profited from it. So I didn't profit from it at all, and she didn't incur any harms that she can articulate meaningfully from my linking to this stuff. There's no actual damages accordingly, because I can establish plenty of preemptive benefits from alerting her to the fact that these things were being hosted against her wishes and in violation of her copyright by Internet Archive, not by me, right? So, um, she can make a stab at federal court if she wants, but now that I've actually read the relevant case law on the matter and realized that it's not even statutory, I'm not remotely worried, and that she doesn't meet either criteria for the even the loosest of the requirements of courts to admit that, and that that compelling her to actually file a case in federal court requires her to be considerably more resource investing, probably, if she's going to have, if she can even hope to have a chance of anything. She'd have to hire a very, very good lawyer, and even then, that's a steep hill. I don't think she'd be able to find a good lawyer to represent her, given her lack of coherence regarding the subject. Yeah, I mean, it's actually important, Xochipilli, to do what I do. If you're not sure what you're doing with your narratives, then the general advice to keep your mouth shut is correct, because whatever you say can be used against you. If you know what you're doing, the correct thing is to never keep your mouth shut. So you're always creating a verbal paper trail, because you're never providing evidence for the wrong thing, and you're always providing evidence for the alternative to the wrong thing. Because I take a very truth first, objectivity first perspective on evaluating my own level of malfeasance, my own level of liability, etc., I don't worry too much about saying my opinions about things, because they can't really be used against me, because they're carefully determined before I stated them. So they're not subject to a lot of easy critique. So, like, if Michelle Shark were taking a really TE approach to this, then she'd be listening to everything I'm saying, looking for something she can use against me in a case. But I don't know if she's that TE, you know? Um, she seems to have very, very strong feelings about this, that she wants to punish me in some fashion. Um, and those feelings seem disproportionate to the mistake that I made. So I'm attributing at least some of them probably to her not liking the title of that follow-up video. It says, "Less cancel culture, Michelle Shock." And and the included critique of not her, the legitimacy of her enforcing her copyright, but the unnecessarily aggressive approach to doing so for somebody who clearly had just made a mistake. I mean, the biggest issue is this: copyright law is appropriately utilized when you've got copyright scofflaws, people who are willfully, intentionally profiting off other people's intellectual property to the other people's detriment as a way of making money for themselves. Those people are appropriately targeted by copyright lawsuits because they're being fundamentally dishonest, right? But that's not what happened with me. I'm not a secondary copyright violator who's trying to profit off of Michelle Shock's material in a secondary way, secondarily profit from from illegally hosted copies of her songs. It's just not who I am at all, and I've got this massive evidence pile to prove that. If she wants to say that I'm harassing her, she's not going to be able to sustain that because everything I do is responsive to something she does, and her language is more harassing than mine. Won't withstand any scrutiny. If she wants to claim that I'm defaming her in some way, she's not going to find any instances of defamation. If she wants to make the case that I'm a I'm some sort of libertarian who doesn't respect copyrights, well, I've got a mountain of evidence in form of videos of me talking about this in which I reiterate time and time again that I do respect her copyright. That's why I've not gone anywhere near any of her shit again for fear that just even saying the title of one of her songs, um, she might try to sue me for that, you know? So the bottom line is she's either not listening at all to what I'm saying, which that is what I think is happening, or if she's listening to it, then she should be listening to it strategically, looking for things she can use against me. But if she spent enough time listening to it, at this point, she surely should have realized both that I'm not the person she's portraying me to be, and that she has zero case whatsoever. But I don't know. She's still mad, obviously, since she came around here and called me chicken shit again. Um, I guess that's probably a good sign. If she were moving forward on a federal case, she probably wouldn't come back to repeat the same insult from last time. Anyway, it makes things interesting. It's like I don't regret her stopping by and saying that because, of course, then it becomes legitimate in every sense of the word for me to be responsive to what she came in and did and said. And of course, what I'm not doing is I'm not sending her any email gloating or whatever. I'm just talking about her at my house here, right? In response to things that she's done or said directly. So anybody who's going to interpret any kind of like harassment is going to have to look to compare and contrast. I don't go to her channel and leave comments and shit, you know. I don't go to her live streams and chime in that she's horrible. So, she's digging her hole deeper in terms of the evidentiary trail because I operate so fully in public. Everything she's done so far has been, there's been videos about it, is all admissible. All that is admissible in any case. And that's going to put her in a serious bind because in all of these videos in which I'm talking about her, I sound like a sane, rational, intelligent person who's taking a very reasonable perspective on this whole matter and is correct about all the things he's saying. And she sounds like Michelle Shocked. The thing is, I'm 99% sure at this point that she's not going to launch a federal case against me because she's probably had encounters with actual judges before and determined that the copyright board is skewed in her favor and is more willing to listen to her shit than an actual judge. Because I don't think the federal courts are going to be very kind to her attempts to subvert their noble purpose to her personally vindictive agenda. I don't think they're going to take too kindly to that. And on some level, I guess she must know that. She's crafty in the sense that, first she tried to get me to waive my right to be served favors. Then she tried to get me to agree to be heard before the copyright board, both of which are good strategic decisions on her part. Um, so it's like you got two competing vectors here. One of them is she's demonstrated an ability to make good tactical decisions, really. Strategic too, but she's also demonstrated already a willingness to go to extraordinary lengths just to see me get my comeuppance for what's just normal, regular YouTube rough and tumble shit, It's not anything uncivil or crazy. But she's very sensitive, I guess. She clearly doesn't like me. It's an interesting thing to have pop up periodically. If she keeps at it, I'll start to think maybe she's so angry at me that she will see me in federal court. In which case, I'll feel pretty empowered at that point because she will definitely have to pay my legal costs plus whatever if I countersue. I probably wouldn't countersue for anything other than um, something like exploiting the courts as a tool of harassment. some some nonsense like that. I probably wouldn't countersue her. I'd just sue her for my legal costs and expenditures. Yeah, I mean, I got served papers for this copyright board proceeding, and the copyright board, though, is something you have to agree to, uh, because you can't be forced to give up your right to an actual court trial. I did not agree to the copyright board ultimately. I thought I was going to for a long time, but when I reread some stuff and looked at some other stuff, I said, no, I'm opting out of this. I'm going to call her bluff, make her go to federal court if she wants to. She may be a little too clever for that. It's like, it could easily enough be that her crazy act is designed to get you into the exact form she wants you in, under conditions where she can only win or not win, and you can only lose or not lose. If she's crafty like that, then she probably won't make what would indisputably be an error and try to initiate litigation against me in federal court. It's like a case like this has federal courts will. No, she's not special needs, but she's probably damaged young or something. I guess I don't know. This is just speculation. Right, she's not very commonly well known, despite having made some great stuff that I think is worthy of being well known. But a large part of why she's not well known is because she chooses to make herself and her music completely unavailable to people because of her weird position on copyright. She thinks YouTube is somehow stealing from her when they're clearly not. But whatevs, not my problem. She wants to make it my problem again by suing me in federal court. Well, then I take back all that stuff about her being crafty. Clearly has 8 in her tray type. She she brings the anger, brings the rage. She brings a bag of rage to the party. Makes you go, what you so angry about, lady? Why don't you join the 21st century and just let people enjoy your music and make a little bit of money off of it? You don't have to squeeze every fucking dime out of everything, for Christ's sake. You know. She sees herself as a crusader, but she's fighting for a past that's long and gone. She didn't like it when the whole recording music industry model broke down. Concurrent to her insisting she have all the copyright for all of her shit, even though I don't think that was how it was contractually arranged. She won that battle, but only a few years later saw that when proved futile as the explosion of available music and ease of accessing that music rendered her cut of the pie smaller. You aren't entitled to get rich off your music. I ain't never got rich off none of mine. You aren't entitled to the media that you prefer, whether it be CD, cassette tape, or something made of fur. You can't insist the world desists. Go back in time to '89 when you were I mean the shit, and that was it. You thought you had it made, but times would change, and so would you. Not sure what you were like before, but now you're far from cool. Seem a little angry at the world. Girl, I'll tell you that your spiteful rage and your revenge on me, they are ill-advised, not for me, but for you. 'Cause what you do is hammer true into a screw as false as you, and then believe subjectively in what can only be called nonsense. That's my ode to Michelle Shocked. It's a pretty good one. I should excerpt that and publish it as a song. What's a good song for that? I guess the first time, I guess the first time she came into mine, live streaming called me chicken shit. She didn't think that I got the message, so she returned. A different day, message just the same. I'm chicken shit for not playing her game, even though her game was lame. Michelle shocked, I'm shocked at how you got locked up in your nonsense so much that it cost you everything. Michelle shocked, I'm shocked that you locked your talent away behind all this hate and anger. What were you thinking when you thought that you could control the world? Digitizing music files from every boy and girl. You claim you represent copyright holders, and I guess you do, but nobody wants you to represent the cause of copyright enforcement. After all, if it's not there, you'll force it. Suing me, calling me chicken shit and such. Well, all I can say is that's not a good bunch of ways to deal with problems you claim make you some revolutionary supporter of the little guy. Talk about living a lie. I'm the little guy. Why not support me? I'm just a little guy. I could support me. Why won't you support me? Is it 'cause you hate me, Michelle Shocked? I guess that's a good enough reason to dock my boat and jock and wonder whether anybody check the weather, 'cause I gotta go out on the sea and see if Miss Shell Shock follows me to tell me how I'm just a big chicken. I'm scared of her. Just a big chicken. Like I'm scared of fur. I'm coming from the skin of a porcupine. Well, that is fine. I guess I'm scared. I don't want to go over there and compete in this activity that's slanted in her favor because the forum favors copyright holders naturally because it's a copyright board. But I recognize somebody there who's, I suppose, not as happy as she could be. At least I see in her a lot of anger, frustration, and she's taking lots of it out on me. Disproportionately, which suggests something like PTSD. So, again, I say this speculatively, as I have no way of knowing. I wouldn't want to be such an angry gal all the time with the wow and yow, painting everybody for their normal behavior unsuspectingly. Did I fall afoul of Miss Shell-shocked ferocity? Oh wow, and I wonder if she will ever let it go. Go. Several Michelle Shocked there songs. Great. Calling a guy who puts his whole life out there, publishes type sessions, no one else will. A coward, hilarious. I do seem to trigger a lot of vulnerable narcissists. I don't know if Michelle Shocked is one or not, but I do think that it triggers some people. They really get mad at me. They get mad at me so much. I irrationally hate you, Eric, more than you can possibly know. I'm not interested in hearing what you say, 'cause I know the way that you go. You're horrible, horrible man. I hate you with every hate in my can of hate, which I keep full. It's a gallon size too, so there's plenty of hate, but it's not enough for you, 'cause you're so terrible. You think you're so smart? You aren't, you're a dumb to smart. Offering a sale on idiocy. Clearly you can't type. You can't even write, let alone sing or dance. Go to France. Get out of here. Eric, you're appalling, my dear. And when I say dear, I spell it with two E's. 'Cause you're not human, see? You're so wrong and offensive to me. You're such a big, horrible bully. You're scaring all of the ladies who are trying to make MBTI channels away. Make them cry. with your bullying lies, telling them how they don't understand. But what we do understand is that you're not caring about feelings, man. Not thinking about how they have a need to make money from their bullshit. Another good song there. That was a good song. Yeah. Michelle Shocked, I'm sure, thinks she's special. Michelle Shocked, you aren't even the biggest drama around here recently. you're not doing a good job of competing with Michael Smith. You have to step up your toxicity game. It may have been Camelot for Jack and Jacqueline, but on the Che Guevara highway, filling up with gasoline. Fidel Castro's brother's bar is a rich lady who's crying over luxuries, disappointments. So he goes over and he's trying to sympathize with her. But he thinks that he should warn her that the third world is just around the corner. It's a little high. In the Soviet Union, a scientist is blinded by the resumption of nuclear testing, and he is reminded that Dr. Robert Oppenheimer's optimism fell. The first hurdle in the cheese pavilion, and the only sound I hear is the sound of someone stacking chairs and mopping up spilled beer, and someone asking questions and basking in the light of the 15 filled minutes with the fanzine writer. One step forward, two steps back, will politics get me the rack? Waiting for the great leap forward. Waiting for the great leap forward. Don't worry, everybody, that's not a Michelle Shock song. That's a Billy Bragg song. Hopefully he won't sue me. And that's called Meow 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 Meow. It was written by my cat. She wanted me to play it tonight for you guys. She said, "Can you play? Have you played my song? Have you played my song yet?" I kept putting her off. I finally got around to playing it. She spent weeks writing it, so hope you liked it. If you didn't, be nice and tell her about it. Don't Don't break her heart, let's play this song. Yeah. What? Did I delete Wonderful Kitty accidentally right now? Is that what happened? Oh, how did that happen? How sad for me. It's gone. I deleted it somehow. Oh, well. Yeah, I remember it anyway. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always clean yourself, making sure you got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous offspring. Such a fabulous offspring. I fucked it up. Let me start over. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous offspring. And now it's wonderful kitty, petting time again. Just like me, but you don't walk away. It's petting time. And wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always clean yourself, making sure you got clean lines. But your wonderful kitty is a fabulousness I've never encountered before. And I know that my cat will pet my kitty some more. Don't let me pet you. Don't walk away. I fucked up the ending. Because I deleted the file somehow. Like a big dummy. Okay. Well, no, there's not 6 hours to go. There's fewer than 6 hours to go. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. They only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to get in. I'm done playing the guitar. I'm done with being awake. I'm done with yammering on. I'm done with wasting all of your time. I've wasted enough of your time tonight. with my nonsense, my shenanigans, my vigorous commitment to ongoing failure, which I do for you. I do it to make you guys feel better. That way you know that do you think Michelle Shocked and Michael Smith should get married? All right, it's winding down for bedtime, so I'm going to bid you all a fond adieu, tell you that I love you, and appreciate your presence here, your warmth, your camaraderie, your your chode strokings, and keep stroking those chodes. We'll compare notes next time we meet.